Well, my person works this week. Welcome back. I know I say this it's been a long week. We're struggling at work. All of us in the team. And we've come to the conclusion we don't entirely feel it's necessary that we're all as struggling and as stressed as we are, in that there must be a better way for this. But nevertheless, we are where we are. Hello, Amy. The dogs being... Well, dogs. Hello. What? What, young lady? What? So, Amy threw up a lot this morning. All over her bed. Yes. And a whole pile of other things. But it's clearly feeling better now. Yes, we know. Yes, thank you very much for the wags. And the... Either get off my leg or not on my leg. You can't just kind of one leg up, one leg down. She's back on the couch again. Oh, goodness sake. You literally just crawled off. You did. And so she was not herself this morning. But she's very much more herself now. Rory is now feeling left out, aren't you, little man? Am I sitting in your spot? He has taken to you sitting in this spot. And so, yes, it is Friday. I do this thing. You remember this? We do this, right? I've been doing it for nearly 18 months now. Can you... No, it's about 15, I think. I do love you, but I'm just... You already know from yesterday... Mummy has no patience left. No. Lizzie has absolutely no patience whatsoever. Due to yesterday, frankly, I was vaguely on top of my life and doing all right. Stop licking my hand, dog. And except for yesterday. Yesterday, I was trying to do a task that I've got to get done, like last week, as many business tasks inevitably seem to be. But work that I'd been promised that had been done hadn't been done. When you started it up, it just gave you the big finger, and it was a big pile of mess, and literally nothing was helping. Nothing at all. Now, I don't care how technical you are, the following may or may not make sense to you. If you can ping a server, there is a route between you and the other server, because that's kind of what ping does. It says, send a message to the other one, and they'll send one back. It's a bit like Marco Polo. And well, they did that fine. I could connect via a session connection. But the moment I needed to get a web page off the server, which was actually what I needed, no way to get toast. But there is. And that's how it started. And then I was getting fed up with it and fighting it and lots of other things, because what I was trying to do is a very overly drawn out process with lots of little steps that really feel like they shouldn't be necessary, but kind of are. And I ended up with a really good migraine. Well, I say good. Big is the better word. Really big migraine. To the point. You know when you're on a web page and at the top it's got, like, obviously the URL and a bit, kind of like the company and a bit of a menu. And then underneath, especially for a documentation thing, it'll have what's known as the breadcrumbs. So it'll be like, I don't know, Harry Potter book 1, Harry Potter chapter 1, and then like page 12, right? And then the page. I couldn't read one character. The visual distortions were so great, I couldn't even tell you if I was reading Harry Potter or about technical stuff I couldn't see a single character. And even moving my head around to try and find a good spot, I couldn't find a single character, which of course wasn't helping because something wasn't working. I needed to Google why something wasn't working, but I couldn't even be sure what I was typing because I do make typos, quite a few. But when I deleted, I couldn't tell if I'd gone back far enough because I couldn't see it, and it really wasn't helping. And yeah, I just wasn't good yesterday. So I've still got a bit of a migraine. Haven't got the visual distortions yet that I'm aware of. But I do have a really good migraine going on. So I'm feeling a bit rough. But I did. In technical terms, I have fixed it. In practical terms, like knitting a jumper and not sewing the ends in yet, I fixed it, but I haven't sewn the ends in yet. So it works, but there's some tidying up to do and some cleaning up and some straightening of corners and things to do. And then I've got to apply it to 3 other things and then the 4 at the other side. So it's not a small job. And my boss has already promised the company that it's done because, well, he's told them they can have them now. I haven't made them yet, boss. So, bit stressed because, of course, someone's already asked one. Now, they are aware that it's not ready. But I can hear my boss already. He hasn't said anything. So, in fairness to the bloke, he has not said anything. But I can almost hear, have you built it yet? No, boss. I told you it was not that simple. And it isn't. But I am doing better than I thought I would be at this time. Because I found so many problems along the way. And I tried to talk someone through it. They didn't follow. I know they didn't. They're nice. They try to help. But I don't think they understood. I really don't. But never mind. So here we are. I have not exactly done a lot with my cross stitch this week. Mainly because I haven't. However, you may recall last week I'd started to learn Blender, and I was making. I can't remember how far I got. So if any of you were here last week and can remember how far I got, that'd be good. But I have moved on, as the phrase goes. So there it is. Just you're gonna make me. You have to sign in. Do you know what? I am so tired of MFA. I really, really am. I've had enough of it. Because there was something I did yesterday and I can't remember what it was. I honestly can't remember what it was. But I logged into it. Oh, it was Perkbox. Logged into it. Ping! You have email. Here is your code. Type. Ah, you need to MFA. I thought I just did. Well, give us, you know, which authenticator app or phone number do you want us to send the code to? You literally just emailed me. That is MFA, dudes. So yeah, that was distinctly a thing. So I'm just deleting a couple of crappy old. I have an amazing ability. It's hard to explain, really, but I have an amazing ability, which is the ability to take when trying to shut my phone, i.e. lock it. I managed to take a screen print. I am so good at that. So this time last week, as far as I can remember, because looking at the picture, I had made kind of man and monster, right? Let me all that up. And this was a terrible picture. because this is one I took to send to someone else. So I'd made this man and a monster, and I can't remember, but I think I might have only made the man when I spoke to you, because he looks like that. I think I got that far last time, and I wasn't displeased with that. But we made the monster, and then I started making these. Now, these look much more like something I had previously bought. So there is a company called Cinti, and Cinti are a thing. And Cinti make low poly, which is what this is, assets. Now they make various scenarios. They've got like Vikings and medieval and sci-fi and all sorts of things, and they've got tons of them, right? And they're quite expensive, but they're exceptionally well made, industry famous, and all of that. But anyway, yeah, it got a bit dark, to be honest. So if I open Blender, hang on a sec, I open Blender and go to Man and Monster, and hang on, I've got to press the button. This one. This was kind of as well as it renders. This is what they had us make. Was this dark-ass, crappy, which frankly annoys the crap out of me. It's too dark. I mean, here is the actual work of art. Here is my monster. Here is my dude. 2 street lamps and a floor, right? But since then, don't need to save that, I have made this. Now this doesn't look very exciting. Well, not necessarily anyway. Hang on, I need to use the shift key. So you make loads of bits. So I've made some bits. So I've got 3 types of floor tiles, a few bits of walls, a couple of arches, some pillars, a box, a barrel, a table. This is a breastplate in case it's not entirely clear, because it's a little bit weird. A shield, a sword, and a torch. And like this, they don't look overly brilliant. If I click on this, which adds the materials in, hang on, I need to. The problem with Blender is, and I still haven't entirely worked it out, is that it doesn't always pivot around what you're expecting it to do. But as you can see, I have made a table, and in it is stuff. So there's my shield, my breastplate, my sword, and everything. Right. If I now do this, this is the lit dungeon. So not as dark, admittedly, but I have made all of that, absolutely all of it, and it actually looks like something you buy. So, for example, if I bring up my web browser and I go Cinti, the Cinti store, right? As you can see, there are loads of pictures, but for example, I mean, if I go, this is a dungeon one, you can see it's a similar kind of style in that it's not a highly detailed thing, but it is, you know, here's some of the bits that they've made. So there's a bucket, there's a crate and a boat and all the rest of it. But if you think of that bucket and like my barrel and stuff, it's not ridiculously dissimilar. You know, I mean, I don't need to tell you what they are, but if I show you a bit of dungeon, it's a similar kind of style. Now, you know, I'm not saying, because these are well made, do not get me wrong. However, that is currently only £18.14. That's actually really, really cheap. Quite often, they're a lot more than that. Their shop is distinctly more than that, Assets for Unity. So, I mean, they're not ridiculously priced, but for example, the things that need rigging, which I will admit are much more difficult. So here you've got a bunch of characters. That's 90, well, basically 91 quid. That is, but you do get quite a few. I mean, you get all of these dudes, so let's not be knocking, you know, it's not like you're only buying one here. You're buying quite a few, and it is a lot of work. but it's still 91 quid. So with that in mind, I'm not that I'm trying to replace Cinti, because God knows I'm never going to do that. But if I can make some stuff for myself that looks like just how I want it, I'm happy with that. And to be honest, the dungeon stuff is turning out alright so far. I mean, prop-wise, bear with me, I have a couple of extra props in my current dungeon. Actually, I don't think I've ever shown you guys this, so let me show you this. Hang on. It'll take a few seconds to load, so I'll spare you watching Unity load for a second, because it's not fast. Oh. It's not ridiculous, but it's not fast. So, this is my game. If I make this bigger, alright? If I do this, it takes away the darkness, so you can see what's going on. So, I've got table, barrels, boxes. I've got a cage with a skeleton in it. What else have I got? Oh yeah, you can go through walls. I've got a big floor torch thing, but as you may notice, that's basically just a lump of wood. What I do have are like stocks. Do I still have the one down the end here? There's a saw table. More stocks. A bench. Do I still have... There was a guillotine in here at one point. There's the top half of the guillotine. What happened to the bottom half of the guillotine? Where did that go? Oh well. But there's a top half of a guillotine there. There's supposed to be the rest of it. Never mind. No one's ever noticed. Half a stock. So, but pretty much that's it. Prop-wise, I want some doors. So, I've got arches. I've got walls. Oh, there's a big mallet there. I'd forgotten about the mallet. Don't remember that being like that either. Oh, it's been a while. It's one of those things that you don't pay attention to. The other place that I might have something else is over here. Where am I? Over here. No, it's two stocks and a floor thing. So this is the game that I was making. Now, I made all the walls in this, but the walls in this are made in a very different fashion. In that, if I go out of it, you'll see that that's a room. Actually, if we go back to the beginning, hang on, I'll go back to the beginning. If I come up, so you can see that there's ceilings for starters. But if I'm in this room, the reason these rooms all come up yellow is because the lights turn on for those rooms when you're in this one. And that will make sense if I hit play in a second. You'll soon see why. But each room is kind of self-contained. But it's done with what's known as a single plane. So the walls actually don't have any thickness. There's basically just sit there and, well, do that. If I run the game, give it a second. It's thinking about something. Taking its sweet friggin' time. It says it's running it. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm in the scene thing. Hang on. I need to go to this one. Make that one bigger. So, when it runs, there's a key there which I can't pick up from here. Hang on. Be closer than that. Yeah. And you need the candle standing on the table. Whoops. So you can open the door. And you go through there. You try and avoid the skeleton because he's smacking me from the butt. But it's very dark in here for a reason, right? Which is why the lights have to be turned off. Because when you play the game on the website at the moment, if you stand about here, even though there's walls, the lights the other side of the wall shine through, and it tries to living piss up me. It's a problem with Unity, and they kind of go, oh, it's not our fault. It's definitely not my fault. There's 2 walls in the way because, well, there's a light the other side of here, right? But if I go back to my scene view, hang on, I go to scene view and show you where I'm standing, right? I am standing here. Sorry, I'm here. But if and you can see there's a light the other side of the wall, but there's a gap. It's because it's hidden it, of course, because the game's running. Hang on. Where's me thing? There it is. So if I was standing there, there's a gap. Look. So there's a gap. So there's a wall, a gap, and a wall. So stop telling me that the light in here can get in here. It don't work like that. So I've done an awful lot of work, and to be honest, it's been really, really draining, and I'm tired of fighting it. And my biggest problem is all the games I ever seem to think of writing, because I am into kind of, let's call it might and magic. So magic, sword fights, you know, skeletons, goblins, orcs, all of those kind of things. Bit D&D style, but without the D&D dice rolling kind of thing. I'm into, I enjoy games in that kind of environment. I also enjoy sci-fi games, but I'm really drawn to casting fireballs and smacking things with swords, right? And it just means that every game I think of needs a dungeon, right? So, hence, making a dungeon. Now, I have actually put this in Unity. Hang on. Have actually put this in Unity. Now, not with all the barrels and shit. I haven't actually done that. But an earlier incarnation of this has made it into Unity. Because I wanted to see how it would turn out in Unity. Because, you know, having put all this effort in Blender, did it kind of make it to the other side? You know, if it crosses the road, does it still look like what I intended? Now, this is... Oh, just... Why does every... So this is a room made out of the same kind of things with the things. Hello! So here you can see kind of, it looks a bit rough, but it has floor tiles. You just can't really see anything on them. But I do have a lot of the dungeon props. So for example, if I, oops, I don't want to add that. There is one thing I have found that I didn't quite understand. So I have to put the whole thing in before I can grab a copy of that. All right, stick. I've made plenty of Unity games. This is just this is me showing what I was playing around with in Blender. So, so you know, I can add a box to it. Stick it over here. Move over here a bit. And then if I run it so it looks a little bit better than without all the design gizmos in the way. Bear with it 2 seconds while it thinks about it. Because, God forbid, it wasn't already showing it on the screen. Bear in mind, there's no code in it. So, there it is. Thinking about loading. And, of course, it's the wrong bloody corner, isn't it? I do think some of the speed issues is because it's doing OBS at the same time. I don't normally do Unity stuff. Dog, stop kicking me in the butt. Stop kicking me in the butt. Yeah, I put it in the wrong bloody corner. Let's move it in this corner then. I was trying to do it where there was a light so you could see some bit of lighting on it. Let's put it over here, but no. Move that there and then... grab you over there as well. There you go. Do that. And then if I hit play. Biggest problem I have is that Blender and Unity do not agree on key controls. And Y is up in in Unity and Z is up in Blender, and that really fucks my head. Oh, except it's not all of Blender, because in some places Y is also up. But there you go. You can see I've got my crate in the corner, and it's, you know, it is all there. So if I exported it and re-imported this, I'd have all the other props that I've made. And so I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I've made that. I don't like the fact that the light shines through the wall. That pisses me off, but that's another story. It's just the way it is. But I do like the fact that I've actually made some stuff. No. Ask question. Honey, my entire world is made up of tangents. I hardly ever have a point that I stay on. Have you not listened to my conversations? This started as a story about cross-stitch. I mean, seriously, ask away, dear. Ask away. I spend my whole life talking in tangents. Just remember. It's kind of how it goes, yeah. I mean, I actually think if you took a lot of my streams, and I'm sure Christy will back this, most of my stream is not actually about lace making, and we talk about other things, do other things, stop, talk, and yeah, the amount of, I swear, if you actually could, while Christy's watching it, if she sat there with the stopwatch and actually timed the amount I actually made lace towards my curtain, rather than talked about stuff, showed you other things, explained things, did things, went off on a side project, got rid of all of that, it's probably not anything like as much as I think it is. So yeah, always ask your question, dear. Always ask your question. Seize the moment. What was that noise? Oh, I had such a bit of a melt up yesterday while I was having that big migraine. I was trying to think. Well, in a way, there isn't a lot to talk about. Well, there is, but there isn't at the same time. Bobbin lace has a lot you can talk about, but most of it is historical things that were made, techniques that were used, and, you know, materials used, what, you know, where each thing comes from. So, as a lot of the people who come here are not lace makers, it's not really necessarily, I mean, it's the kind of thing that if you went to a museum to look at some lace shit, you'd be interested to hear about. But not on a weekly basis. I mean, well, I'm not saying you wouldn't. Well, I feel a bit like that. I mean, let's face it. Half an hour in, I haven't actually touched any lace yet. But it is. Well, a lot of, I will say actually, Echo, is that not a lot of the people who come are lace makers. For example, dear Nautical, if he's around, he doesn't make lace. He makes rope work. Now, there could be an element of crossover. Tell you what's hard. Remembering all the bloody key differences between Unity and Blender. That makes my brain hurt. Yeah. What? I'm confused now. You've also got to remember there's a delay between when you hear me answer and when I've read your question. Okay. Oh, I'm confused now. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got into, as I was saying, during my migraine. Yeah. Yeah, my migraine yesterday really had me, because, like I said, I couldn't read anything on the screen. And then, once I'd taken basically all the pills and potions that I possessed to try and kill it, yeah, it was, I had my take at the onset of a migraine to see if it will stave it off pill. And then I had some codeine, because, well, that tends to trample on it quite a bit. And it did help. It just took about 3 hours for it to properly help. But I would say within 30 minutes, some of the visual stuff went, but it got worse before it got better. But I was left with when you Alt-Tab on a computer, we all know that it's not instant, but it's kind of instant in that you Alt-Tab, and if you've only got two things open, you Alt-Tab, let go, and you're in the other thing. In that time, I would have forgotten completely what the fuck I was doing. So if I wanted to copy 3 characters from one screen to the other, no. I had no clue what they were at all. And I did get a little bit miffed when I asked for some help from the team and not one person answered. It wasn't even like they all said, "No, sorry, I'm really busy." They flat didn't answer. Till about 4 o'clock. Which is a bit late. I think I asked at 2. And I think it was... Yeah, it was nearly 4 o'clock before someone said, "Yeah, I don't know if I can help, but I'll try." I will point out they didn't really help, but they didn't hinder either. So, but what I need, and the few times I said, what were those files? Because I'd literally warned them, I don't need you to understand it, but what I do need you to do is remember everything. And I mean everything. And so they were taking screenshots, they were writing things down. And when I said, what were the files, they couldn't remember. And it was like, you had one job. But, they then buggered off at 5 o'clock. Bear in mind, I finished at 4. They buggered off at 5. And about 7 o'clock, I'd vaguely cracked it. And I have, well, as I said earlier, it's like the knitted jumper. I finished the jumper. It technically is a jumper, but I haven't sewn in the ends yet. So it's not finished, but it, if you put it on, it would keep you warm, So the thing I was doing, which was building a template for VMware, actually does make a machine at the end of it. There are things I would change about it, and I'm going to, but it does make a machine out of it. I've just got to tidy up the other 3 non-production sites, of course that's where I'm playing with it, and then do it all again in production. Yeah. Yay, it's Tenchi! Tench, how you doing? Tenchi's a very old friend. No, not old as in 902, but I've known Tenchi a long time. Liz had a really bad migraine yesterday and a shitty day at work. So, Liz is, if it was 24 hours ago, I would not be sitting here. I would have had to call off the stream. I was that bad. But I'm here. Oh, I do have a complaint. I have a crafting complaint. One second. Now, with the cross stitch I've been... It's quite a long time. I mean, that's you know, a fair few times. Right, I'm going to introduce... Oh, that's not a very good lineup. Dear God, what have I... Dogs, have you been hitting my camera again? Jesus, animals. That's not particularly good, but that'll do. By the way, that's a pair of pliers. It's nothing exciting. I bought... Hang on. I bought this. Thread Magic. Now, I have arguably some complaints about this shit. Let me show you what my complaints are. I need to dig something out from my table. Hang on. There's one. Now, for those of you who are American, you will recognise glue stick. Now, the one thing I don't like about glue sticks is that this is their natural form. You put them in a hot glue gun, it melts them, it dribbles out the end, kind of, well, literally dribbles out the end. You put it where you want and it goes hard. And it returns to being this, which is not sticky. This is more like a lump of wax. It is very non-glue-like. It's not like glue, for which I have copious amounts of glue. So, you know, this stuff, if I glue something, I would put it on my fingers, but that's not a good plan. If you glue something with this, it's sticky, it sticks together. Because I tried this stuff on the bobbins. And yes, I glooped it in the end, and yes, it filled it all in. I put the little ball bearing on, and the moment it all cooled down, the ball bearing kind of went tink, because it's not sticky. It doesn't stick. It basically doesn't stick anything together. I don't quite understand you lot, how you use glue, hot glue for everything. So I would argue it is a hot plastic gun, but this Thread Magic shit is almost identical in feel. There is a bit more stick to it. Hang on, but that was me doing this, by the way. But when you put it on the thread, it doesn't give it a kind of a slight oily feel or anything. It's like you wipe boogers all over it. I mean, I can see how it stops it from tangling. I bought two variants. This is the other Thread Magic one, which comes in a round pot, which is slightly sticky. It's supposed to be a thread conditioner, but it kind of isn't. It's waxy again. It's more like a... I mean, they're more like... I'd say they have a bit more of a silicone-y feel to them, but not a lot. Now, somewhere around here, there is actually a third option. I might have yeeted it. Hang on. Hang on. No, I see it. Hang on. This one is the biggest rip-off known to man. So here was the square one. Here was the round one. This one was two in a plot. And I really thought that this might be quite useful. I hope you're ready for a laugh. Look how small they are. they were nearly twice as much as these. So I thought it was kind of 2 of these. I mean, what the fuck are you supposed to do with that? It does show it glued to the front of a sewing machine, but yeah, I really don't quite see how it thread magics, to be honest. Have I got a bit of something that I can pass through it? I do. Because my thread broke earlier, which was why I thought to get it out and try it. So here's a piece of my thread. So you put it in the thing, you put the top down to give it a clamp, you pull it through like this. And if I zoom in again, hang on. Dunk. Can you see the little... Well, basically it's kind of supposed to, but as you can see, it kind of leaves these little boogers all over it, and then they collect in your fingers. Look, if I do this, you end up with this collection of boogers that kind of... It's just like almost... It's like putting it through cold candle wax. It's the best description I can give you. It's not quite cold candle wax, but I don't think it's that dissimilar. Now, obviously, once you've kind of wiped off all the boogers and done this a bit with it, which obviously then goes through your hands, and obviously it's all gone blurry now, so that's no help. But you're doing this, but I'm doing a bit of this, right? You can feel that there is a little bit of something on the thread, and it will glide through, and it will help. Allegedly, it helps it not tangle so much. I call bullshit. I do like the design of this one and the round one, in that it's got little things in there that you put the thread through and then can just put the lid back and go through it. I quite like that idea. Doesn't seem to work so well. And it, by the way, it's not cold in here, so it's not that it needs to warm up. It is distinctly not cold in here. What else have I been up to? I think that's kind of it. Other than Blender, swearing, more swearing, a bit of swearing, listening to 2 of my co-workers saying they wanted to quit, nearly writing my resignation letter yesterday, because I'm just done with that shit, and cool. Nice. I've heard of FAF, because, yeah. Well, sweet. It is. I mean, if it's any consolation, I've heard of FAF because I own one of their knitting machines, and I owned its bigger brother for a while. So yeah. But that's you see, come the zombie apocalypse, right? Because let's be honest, by the time AI is finished, and the fact that people, I mean, in case you missed it, the technical news break of the last week or so is that Microsoft have put Copilot in Notepad. It's a fucking text editor. It doesn't even do formatting, for Christ's sake. Yep. Now, for those of us who are old and remember Clippy with Office 4.3, we all fucking hated Clippy. Right? I don't think it's in Calculator yet, but don't give them ideas, right? Clippy was a shit. He sat on your screen, but I haven't got anything glass to knock on. But literally, it'd sit in the corner. Yeah, ditto. You could replace Clippy with a cat, a dog, and some other things. But basically, he sat on your screen and would go, did you know? Well, you obviously could turn it off, and we all did. But did you know you could press up, Control print or whatever, right? And so, but he used to sit there and he used to kind of move around a little bit and, kind of wave at you. And anyway, I don't mind Copilot in the form of Clippy. If Clippy wants to sit on my task tray, which is the thing bottom right hand corner of your screen, if you're on Windows, obviously, if there's a little icon there and you click on it, ask it a question, and it, almost like the quick Google, but quick Copilot, so you can sit there and say things like, oh, well, why when I, so for example, why is it that my Red Hat 9 template is... That's exactly what you would do. But I never actually had a problem with Clippy. But if Copilot was a bit like Clippy, sat in the bottom corner, you could click on it and type, why does my Red Hat 9 template not pick up an IP address? And it'd go, well, the most common problems for that are this. And you go, cheers, put him away, and go back to what you were doing. I have no problem with Copilot as part of Windows in that kind of remit. I do mind that every sodding thing has got AI built into it, and bear in mind, I am on many forums of geeks, right? Yeah, they've gone a lot quieter now. But yeah, Notepad does not need AI in it. The fact that you now go to Google, well, there is that. There is the fact that, frankly, he didn't actually take any of your data and flog it around the world. Secondly, he also didn't make up shit and tell you utter horseshit. I still have a screen print somewhere showing, I asked, bear in mind they fixed it now so it doesn't work, Copilot how many R's in override, and it said 1. And then said it is spelled Override. And I went, and then said, because the 2 R's count as 1. Well, this punch in the face you're going to get's going to count as 1. Only I might do it a few more times to make sure and claim I was only practicing for a few of them. I mean, it doesn't work like that. And so it does make stuff up a lot, an awful lot. And so, but the problem is we are getting to a point now. I mean, even Unity's doing it. Originally, Unity had an AI thing called Muse. It was shit. It was fucking terrible. And then they wanted to charge you $25 a month. I wouldn't have paid it a year. $25 a month for a bunch of credits for it to fuck it up for you. Because, well, It never quite got any of it right. Then that kind of died because I don't think enough people used it. Then they put it back with kind of a new name. And a few people kind of went, oh, that sounds interesting, and then kind of went off it again. So now they've introduced AI to the actual IDE, where you can all but literally say, make me a game. And we are getting to a point where kids don't go out and play anymore. They sit in on their phones like little zombies anyway. So the zombie apocalypse is kind of upon us, because we are getting to a point where they claim you don't have to know how to code because you can vibe code. Which is basically means you ask AI to do it for you. And one big company, and I said this in the team meeting at work, there was someone point out that some big company had made a product purely using AI with no human interaction. Oh dear Lord God above, it's going to kill your children, right? It's yeah. And this is the thing, but right, so I'm on some Discord forums with a bunch of geeks, clearly, because it's a programming forum. And we all sat there saying how shit AI is, how the data centers are making people sick, that they are, they've jacked up all the prices. They're it's called, it's a good reason for global warming. And the truth of the matter is, no one asked them to do it. Now, as a small child, I heard of AI, and I really was kind of up for trying to teach my computer to answer questions. And indeed, I spent quite a bit of time thinking about it as a child. And I am really pleased that you can, to a large extent, have a form of conversation with something like Copilot, ChatGPT, etc. But it's only really good at vague conversation. It is not so good at specifics. It's not so good at detail. Well, yeah, the study is interesting. The doing is usually less so. But funnily enough, I know a guy who studied AI back then and neural nets and all the rest of it. But one of the things that I mean, for example, because I am finding myself somewhat forgetful due to the stress levels, I will say to Copilot, how do I do this in Blender? So, for example, how do I flip the normal in Blender? Or, the course I'm following is designed for Blender 4.3. I'm on 5 because that's the current one. And one of the particular things that they told us to do, ambient occlusion, is no longer where it was. So I went to Copilot. Copilot, I have Blender 5.0.1. Under this, I cannot see ambient occlusion. Where is it? Oh, well, if you can't see it, you're in the wrong thing. You need to do this. Bear in mind, there are 3 rendering types in Blender. There's Eevee, something, and Cycles. Cycles is the full-on, like, dog's bollocks version. Eevee is a quick kind of cursory wash, and that I haven't tried the thing in the middle because I don't know what it does, and then we haven't talked about it in the course. So, so on Eevee, you're supposed to be able to find ambient occlusion. Couldn't. And it said, oh, well, it can't be installed. Or your card doesn't support it. Bitch, your 4090, it supports fucking everything. Don't be so wet. Oh, well, then you must have a corrupt installation. I've had the install for 2 days. I'd be a bit surprised if it was fucked already, as given that I literally only just downloaded it. And I searched around and did a bit of Googling myself, rather than just asking AI, and found that no. Eevee no longer has ambient occlusion. So I called AI out, because, well, I'm not afraid to call it stupid. And I went, I have definitely got Eevee. I am in Eevee. I have restarted Blender. I've done all of this. Are you sure this is for 5.0.1? Bear in mind, I'd already told it I was on 5.0.1, and it went, oh, no, they changed it in 5.0.1. And I said, so when I told you I was in 5.0.1, why did you ignore it? Oh, well, I was just giving you the general answer. I don't want general answers. If I tell you in this a version with, and all the relevant stuff, I want the answer for that. Okay. And then I asked it something else, and I said, I've got this version of Blender and this version of that. Why is this not doing that to that? And I think it was the bit about the my rocks that didn't have tops on anymore. And it kind of went, well, because you're being specific, and then gave me a completely bollocks answer. But it was, but with the original thing, to try and get the ambient occlusion, it had told me to that my MSI must be broken, so to download the zip and extract that and run it from there, and which did, and it still didn't work. And so my card can't support it, and I told her I've got 49. And he goes, oh, well, then you must be missing. You must have turned it off. And I went, I ain't turned off nothing. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, well, you must have done this. And stop blaming me for the fact that you didn't read the manual. It's very much like dealing with one of those, I'm sure we've all met them if we're old enough, a co-worker type who's really enthusiastically unintelligent, lacking in knowledge. So they will tell you something as gospel truth, even though you know it's utter horseshit. And that's what AI does every time I talk to it. And so all these people who go around going, oh, I've done this in an hour. And I think, really? It would have taken me less time to know it. There have been times that AI and I have had an interesting conversation. I did have one in the wee hours of one morning about the bit that I object to most with AI is, because I've done it, I've told it to write some code and it's gone, I've said, I'm trying to do this. Can you give me, a good starting point? Yeah. It is the general public getting stupid that's kind of happening. And this is the zombie apocalypse I see coming. Because I'm not going to say we're stupider because we've got the internet. But people no longer have to remember anything because Google will do it for you. And myself included. I mean, us old farts, if you can't remember your old childhood home number, shame on you, right? Now, technically this house has a phone number. I don't know it. There's also no phone plugged into it, but this house has a phone number. No idea what it is. Now, I do know my home, my personal mobile number. Don't know my work one. No idea what that is. Do I know Trev's? No. Do I know my bosses? No. Do I know any current valid phone numbers? I know my old house landline, which is still valid, and mine. Ditto. I'm not going to say that's not a thing. I actually used my dad's old phone number as a password. Well, he's dead and he doesn't live there, and so it's not his phone number anymore. It might not even be anybody's phone number now. I have no idea, but I used that. But as a whole, mind you, it was also my... I won't say it was my childhood one, but it was the one we replaced my childhood one with. So it's been the number for fuck knows how many years. Gotta be 40 something. So, but yeah, I mean, but I can't, to be honest, I can't think of any phone numbers that I know off the top of my head other than the old house number. My old house and Dad's number. And the childhood one that we had before that. I can't think off the top of my head of any phone numbers now. Not even some from adverts. I mean, because you don't need to remember any of it. What's the vet number? No idea. It'll be in my phone. Or if it's not in my phone, I can Google it. The doctor's number, no idea. I mean, I can remember 999, which bloody hope so, it's not hard. But, whereas as a child, I walked around with like 40 phone numbers in my head. Didn't think twice about it. We don't need to remember things, because we all walk around with a mobile phone attached to us. So we can have notes and lists and programs with details in, and we don't need to remember. So it's not that we're necessarily dumber directly, but we will become dumber, which is why I worry about children today, because, it is so rare to see children doing things now. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, and this is the thing, we all know that the marketing departments of every company, I mean, let's face it, you cannot AI glue. This tube of glue cannot be AI'd. But you can bet your ass the marketing department have asked, can we claim it's got AI in it? Right? We all know that this will have happened somewhere. That, Pritt Stick or whatever will have had that thought. I mean, I've got a car battery charger, because, well, the car battery's low. It claims it's got a temperature sensor on it. How can you temperature sensor a battery that you're not connected to? Well, you are, but you're not. It's not like you have a sensor on the battery. All you have is a 2 meter long wire cable. How are you sensing the temperature of that? There are times when it's kind of like, just because you've got a temperature thing that stops it overheating or shut down if it gets too hot, or it detects this, that and the other, it's not AI. That is it doing its job. It's a bit like when a company awards Employee of the Year for doing what they were employed to do. Not going over above and beyond, or getting the best, having the best customer feedback on it. When, I know, stamping okay on something, and they've done the same number as anybody else, but they get Employee of the Year, but they literally just did their job. Yeah. And so the zombie apocalypse, I do fear, is coming, Because people will just walk around. I mean, how many times have you seen a video that allegedly isn't staged? And we have to say allegedly because yeah. But how many times have you seen a phone video of something and you're like, stop videoing it, go and fix it, or put the fucking phone down? And, you know, everyone seems to be walking around filming everything, and there is a bit of you that kind of goes, leave this somewhere, go for a walk. You do not have to spend your entire life, right? The fact that people are getting injuries from texting on their phones too much, that people are getting neck issues from slouching and looking at their phone. The zombie apocalypse of stupidity, and if it ain't on a phone, it ain't happening, is coming. And our children are the generation of that. I mean, you know, when you see 6, 7-year-old children with mobile phones and they sit on them all day because they can watch videos, they can play games, it's a fucking phone. I mean, it is useful that you can fart around with it when you're bored, but you could play Snake on a Nokia 3310, that was enough. We don't need 4K screens on a bloody phone. No, you really can't tell me you can tell those pixels. If you had literal pixel size, 8x8 characters, you're not gonna read jack shit. So, can we not? And it bugs me that, we're walking around now with stuff. Yeah, I suffer from that. But it is, as you say, right? There is a difference to having it in your pocket to call for help, or sticking your headphones on and listening to some music, right? But it is the fact that people, you almost can't find an adult walking around who hasn't got a phone on them. And as a result, people don't need to remember everything. People don't need to remember instruction for things. We don't need to write down how to get somewhere because, well, we've all got fucking sat-navs. And if you haven't, you've got one as part of your phone. So you have, even if you don't think you have. We are all, I mean, I love being a geek. I'm a serious geek. I am getting sick of it being in everything. I've got an Instant Pot. Now, I love my Instant Pot. I truly, utterly do. They make a Wi-Fi enabled one. Now, you'll be glad to hear I have not bought it. I could have upgraded to it. And I do see a point in upgrading to it, which I will explain. Now, with your Instant Pot, you have a menu and you pick what you want it to do. So, basically, sear, steam, yogurt, rice, slow cooker, pressure cooker, kind of thing, right? Pick. Then you say high, medium, low, where necessary, and how long. And keep warm if necessary at the end. Click. Done. Walk away. Right? Well, with the Wi-Fi one, you get an app for that, don't you? You get a fucking app for that. Well, now, from the privilege of your office, armchair, car as a passenger, whatever, well, you can turn it on. You can set the temperature. You can set for how long, and you can literally write a program and do, like, you know, for the first 15 minutes do this, for the next 20 minutes do the other, for the next 5 minutes do this. Seriously, people, get off your fat 600-pound ass, go to the kitchen and press the fucking button. Yeah. But this is the thing. We all walk around, we've got camera, video, phone, film provider, radio, you know, we can listen to radio, go over the internet, we can... I'm not saying that that is wrong. That was on an Instant Pot, which is basically a posh pressure. It's an electronic pressure cooker, but there could also be a slow cooker and 20 other things. But it does not need to be it does not need an app. It does not have to be Wi-Fi. I don't have that one. Now they brought out an even newer one now. Oh, dear mother of God. Oh, it can also be an instant fryer as well. But there is an awful lot of the time when you just sit there going, can we stop making things that try to be everything? Make something that's really good at one thing, that doesn't cost £8 billion. I mean, no offence, I know this is not the latest iPhone by any sense now, but when I bought this was £1,400. It's a fucking phone, man. Now, I have been known to occasionally watch some YouTube videos on it, but if I couldn't, I've always got an iPad. Now the iPad's on the loom actually, but I could use an iPad, or I've got a fucking telly or a computer. I don't need this to do 4K YouTube videos, right? I don't need it to play games. I don't need it to do any of that. So if you did it at 640 by 480, that's plenty. Really, it is. It's a phone, man. Now obviously it's nice to see your photos in decent quality. No one's going to disagree with that. But at the same time, it's not necessary. It's getting a bit windy out there, kids. Door opened. But I do find it very difficult because, as you've said, right, everything's getting a freaking AI stick on it. I swear, you could take a crap and one of them's got an AI sticker on it, right? It just seems that, as you say, by 20... Yeah. Yeah. Standard coffee maker, tea maker kind of a contraption. I want, I don't know, coffee for 8 o'clock in the morning. Click, walk away. 8 o'clock tomorrow. Ting! Here is your coffee, right? You've got bread makers that kind of do the same shit. So that when you get downstairs, your freshly made bread has cooled slightly because you're not supposed to eat it hot, apparently. And killjoys, but you know, you could seriously just. I don't want my oven to be an oven, dishwasher, car washer, fridge, freezer, and no, I don't need one. You know, my kitchen is not one solid appliance. I want to mix and match my own, right? And I mean, there are times that if you can do it cheaply, that makes sense. But AI isn't cheap. No. And I mean, much as when I moved here, I put in bitch face lights, stop her waking up, and a heating system which I can also control by bitch face, and the alarm system that was on the house that no one actually knew the code to, rather than paying the £100, it was about £100 for them to come out, and then they'd need to reset it for £150 and service it. So it was going to work out, it's best part of £300 to get the alarm working. Well, I bought a ring alarm, which of course works with bitch face. So bitch face is very much a thing here. And I can shout, make it warmer, I can turn some lights on, I can, turn lights on at my old house, actually. I can set the alarm, I can unset the alarm, I can do all of that. And, for example, should my ex-husband go to work and someone's coming to do some work, because he does tend to let me know, and he forgets and sets the alarm, I can turn the alarm off for them. I can turn off his alarm without going there. So there are some, or if it goes off, I can check on his house through the cameras and go, fucking cat, because he doesn't own a cat, but there is a cat, and reset the alarm and it'll be fine. And it's happened a couple of times. So with all of that in mind, I'm not saying that it's all a bad thing, but there is distinctly unnecessary tendencies. And can you imagine, let's think of the children who are at school right now, so the kind of 5 to 16-year-olds, who have never known a time when everyone didn't have a phone in their pocket, everyone didn't have a 4K everything, frankly, where 1 gig internet is almost everywhere. I fucking wish, but yeah, almost everywhere. So the size of everything doesn't matter anymore. Can you imagine what their children are going to be like? When all of those children who, I was talking to someone this morning and they were explaining how, Granny and Grandpa look after the kids, when they're working, and now they don't do it very often, and I'm kind of cool with that. That's fine. But a friend of mine had a friend who was Granny, and her grandchildren were around every day after school. She had to go and get them every single working day because Daddy worked, Mummy didn't, but Daddy worked, and so Mummy needed some time to herself. Bitch, she had all day. Both kids were at school, and Granny would go and get the kids, have them for 3 to 4 hours every school day. No. You wanted children, you look after them. And person I was talking to at work, was talking about how their kid, who's 3, is becoming potty trained. And they were saying, we've heard of kids getting to school who aren't potty trained. And I went, I've got a friend who worked with children in the infants and juniors. And there were kids in double figures who were still not potty trained. Now, admittedly, she did work in the school for children of lesser abilities. Now, some of them were just unfortunately handicapped, and it was no fault of their own. More than half were what the rest of us call little shits. Nothing wrong with them, except for their attitude. And they would do things like look at you, laugh, and shit themselves. And you're like, Oh, I'm so glad that's not my job. I mean, it feels like it's my job sometimes. I feel like I'm picking up poop, but at least it's not actual poop. Because, well, actually, because of course you can't let them sit there in it, apparently. That's cruel. Well, no, they chose those. I mean, when they look at you and laugh, I mean, it's deliberate, man. But anyway, so yeah, I do feel that, you know, within a generation now, we are that almost that close to the zombie apocalypse because they're all walking around. You know, how many times do you see younger people? Going to sound really old now. The younger people who almost can't even go shopping and walking around Tesco or whatever without headphones in. They're not listening to what's going on around them. They're you know, if they're either, you know, they're all but looking in the phone and headphones on, walking around. They walk into people, things that they've got no idea what's going on. They'd step out in front of a train given the chance, and that's gonna be the parent. I mean, I swear that. Ox, how you doing, my dude? We haven't actually started. That's a really good point. It's been an hour and 22 minutes. I really ought to fucking start, shouldn't I? Hey, my friend. We were just bitching. If you want to join in the bitch on AI and how it's turning into an ox, it's, you know, how it's going to turn into the zombie apocalypse, do feel free. Because I know you work in kind of an environment where that's going to be the way it turns out. I need to straighten my table again. Hang on. Because we all know how sensitive. Yep, it is. Yeah, I've got well, it hasn't got any batteries in it. Yeah. Well, and this is. Well, I mean, but it is one of those things, is that, you know, of course there are times that having something so you can, you know, if you're out, you turn the heating off and you fail, you go, you do your thing, and you realise you're going to be late, so there's no point in the house, you know, you're stuck in traffic or whatever. There is no point your house warming up when you're not going to be in it. So as you're sitting in traffic, you know, you fire up the heating app and say, don't bother turning on yet. I get that. That's a great potential use of something. But you don't necessarily need an app, because of course if you've got bitch face quality thing, you tell bitch face to set your home to cooler and whatever for a bit. So it doesn't need to have an app, it just needs to talk to bitch face. Now, with a lot of it, I don't hate the idea of AI doing some things. So, for example, it's not necessarily bad if you had, let's call it, a bit of learning. So, I had a heating system in my old house. Really? That's scary. That's scary, dude. Oh, this is thread magic. It's a thread, supposed to be a thread conditioner to help your thread glide. Yeah, it's called thread magic. It's called thread magic. And it's supposed to condition your thread so that as you pull it through fabric repeatedly, it doesn't get fuzzier, it doesn't tangle, and all those kind of things. Whether it's any use, jury's still slightly out on that one. Because as I was explaining, it tends to leave boogers on everything. It feels more like candle wax than a conditioner. To me, if you had a true thread conditioner, it would be a bit more like a hand cream, but a bit thicker, if you know what I mean. I would expect a more cream consistency type thing than flaky, dry, stubborny wax. I mean, I've got some beeswax around here somewhere. It wasn't that far away. I've probably hidden it. But that's kind of dry and flaky. It's no real different. It is a very wax thing. It is very much like sticking it through candle wax. It's the easiest description of it. It feels like you've put it through some candle wax, which kind of isn't what I need in life. I was expecting it to be that would be a bit too oily, I think, because obviously it's got quite a low melting point. But something along those lines, yeah. Just something that's soft-ish, so that it's not dry and crumbly. It's just almost a lip seal, so that it's solid, but it doesn't take much to soften it up. Would be my thought on that one. Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. Certainly for cross-stitch and stuff, to an extent, you don't really want it to be waterproof, necessarily. But, at the same time, you don't really want it to be oily, either. So, you want it to be definitely more like, you know, if you get like the pots of lip seal that you put your finger in and the first time you rub it, nothing really happens because it's got kind of like one atom thin layer of wax on it, or the top bit's a bit drier. You want it to be like a slightly dried up lip seal. So I was just looking through my collection of shit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, beeswax is really quite useful, but the stuff I bought was a bit too dry. Maybe it's me and I just don't like it being dry for some reason. I did have it here and I can't see it. I can't be asked to stand up. That doesn't help. My table is in slight, well, terrible actually, disarray. And searching for things is, but those are the big strips. These are for a sewing machine, allegedly. They're the same thing but tiny. I did have a beeswax around here somewhere. Must have moved it because I can't see it. No, stop knocking shit off. I need that. Don't lose that. Or I'll never log into work again. Actually, right now, that's not a bad thing. But beeswax itself, the one I had was a bit dry. And I did use it quite a bit. I tried. I really did. But it kind of got my nerves a bit. And I can't really explain it except for it was a bit dry and crumbly. And that kind of didn't work out for me. It just seems a bit odd that I can't see it. Unless the dogs have eaten it, of course. That's always an option. Should have been down here this end. The problem is I've got stuff on here that I don't have a home for, so I can't really send it somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was kind of my issue with it was just a little bit too hard. I just wanted it to be, you know, really not that much better, but just a little bit better than it was, you know. I remember using it for that now. Hang on, maybe it's over here. Hang on. Sorry if you can't really hear me. I'm sure you can. My voice carries plenty well. Yes. Yeah, lanolin is a good product for a lot of things. And as you say, it is being a natural product again. It's a good thing. It's a sustainable. It's, you know, friendly. It's all of those kind of things. Where the fuck has everything gone? It may have gone walkabout in the great Rory belly flop of last week, to be honest. Which is distinctly a thing. But yeah, Rory, I need you to move your feet, little man. If I touch your feet, you'll get all offended. Can you move? See, told you. Move your feet. You can sit there, just don't want to sit on them because I weigh a bit. But yeah, the beeswax was just a bit too dry and crusty in its au natural form that it came. Even though it was sold as kind of beeswax thread, kind of whatever, it was just too dry and crunchy. So I was interested to try actual thread magic because lots of people have raved about it in the past. But to be honest, it's as dry and crunchy as beeswax. It's just clearer. And because obviously beeswax has got a bit of colour to it. So yeah, I just didn't feel I still don't feel particularly comfortable that I found a good answer. Because I really thought that this one, the square one, so trying to open it, I thought that had a chance of being quite a hard, dry one, which it kind of is. I mean, if I scrape my thumb over it, it's got a silicone feel to it. But this one, I really thought was going to be softer. And it ain't. It's got a bit more stick to it, but it's still weird. Which is why I bought both, because I assumed they'd be slightly different. One of them smells. Not badly. But one of them does have a bit of a smell to it. Can't quite place it. Of course, that's the other thing you can do when you, if you choose to mix your wax with something else, is add a couple of drops of a fragrance. So it's a real subtle smell, but to give it a kind of a nice smell while you work with it, because that could be quite pleasant. And the beeswax is probably over that side somewhere. So yeah, I tried it with the tatting thread, I think. The only problem with these joints is they can be a bit hard to get pins through, even though I've sewed through them. So I know there is a direct route. Some of them are, because we haven't used this one before, and that's in the wrong bloody place now. We haven't actually used. Once we've used all of these templates, they'll get worn and used to it. But until then, they're a little bit stiff. And if you can hear the wind, that's because the back door keeps opening fully. The wind is picking up. It actually has to be quite windy here before the back door opens because of where the wind blows from. Because there is the huge ass tree, as we've formerly discussed, in my back garden, it does tend to protect this corner of my garden from, well, everything. There goes the door. Smack. And that's why the light behind the door doesn't work anymore, is because the door went open one day and went whack! If you hear it bang, that's it closing, not banging on the open. Because it did a whack and it trunched the light the other side. It goes again. That's a bit much, that is. Let me go and find my bungee. I've got a bungee somewhere. Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. Hang on. I own a bungee. Hang on. And for those who do not know what I mean by a bungee, it's a long piece of thing with hooks on the end, so I can hook the two doors. It's a bit long, really. What I can do, I can twist it. That should help. Yeah, it's better. Oh, Rory! I'm going to quickly grab a drink, but I shall be right back. Rory, go outside. I know it's windy. Won't kill you. Leave it. Ah, fair enough. Sounds about right to me. People... Now, I'm going to... This is not suitable for vegetarians. But the truth of the matter is that I'm certainly against cruelty to animals. Now, I'm not going to pretend that it is the nicest thing to raise animals and then eat them. Because if you spent hours up with the thing when it was little, trying to keep it alive and all the rest of it, that, you know, you do kind of form a bit of an attachment to it. And once you've formed a bit of an attachment to it, eating it is harder. Now, I am in the camp of, I don't object to eating animals as long as you actually use it. I object to killing it for the sake of it, poachers. I object to all of that. You don't just kill an animal, steal its horn and bugger off, or anything of the sort, or kill a rabbit just to steal one foot. You do need to use it, and the more you use of it, the less cruel it is. So, for example, shearing sheep properly is not cruel. It's a requirement. Shearing them badly is cruel, and I don't disagree with them on that. If you shear them properly, though, it is not cruel. So I don't entirely understand the need for, quote, vegan wool. Because wool is, much like us all having haircuts, it is not dissimilar. As long as it's done well. Now, I'm not going to pretend that there aren't bad people. And yes, I've seen some PETA videos that could make the coldest heart bleed. But a lot of the time, it is not like that. But if you take the average cow, if you turn most of it into hamburgers, if you turn ears into, or you turn cow ears into dog food, or you give the bones to dogs, you take the leather for shoes and clothes, you boil the remaining bones up, you use them as glue, you process the offal, make it into animal feed. It is not anything like as cruel as it could be. Cruel would be killing it and then just watching it what? Because you did it for a laugh then. At least if you give it, all of it, a purpose, you have at least made it worth it. Okay, I've done this one, so Ox would back me up on this one. Hang on, show you my desktop. So I use StreamerBot, and I use. If you've used as much as you can and very little has gone to waste, you've at least made good purpose of the death that occurred. Because of course, if you raised the animal to be your dinner, it wouldn't have been born if you weren't. So, anyway, what do I use to do my text? Oh, shut up, animal! I use this, which is SpeakerBot. It does text to speech, as you can potentially see. It picks up what you've said, who said it. StreamerBot is more for the stuff that happens streamer side. So, for example, I've got a bunch of commands that... Let's go to actions. So I've got a bunch of commands, and this is what happens as a result. What I then have is SpeakerBot, which... It's another one by kind of the same dudes, right? So SpeakerBot turns shit to voices, as it kind of sounds, right? So you set it up and connect it to your channel. It then listens and you give it various setups. You can do a bit of both. So, for example, you can have it so that, I don't know, some people do TTS, so you pay points and you can have things read out or whatever, right? But I use this purely so that I don't have to look at my computer while I'm doing shit. So you can give special voices to special people. You can have special commands. You can do chat rewards and shit. But it's not really going to show you anything that you shouldn't see. So you link it up. Obviously, you know my Twitch account's me, so it's hardly a shock, right? You link it up with that. You have to do some Google linking, or in my case, or I have. And then so I've got Google. These are all the voices available in Google. I've picked British male because, well, women's voices can be a bit grating, frankly. So you can see I ignored all of them pretty much. See, you know, you can ignore a lot of them available. I could probably ignore that one and that one now. So, but there you go. You know, you can ignore stuff. So, so you can have different voices for different people. The only thing I don't like about this is it's really hard to tell which fucking tab you're looking at. There you go. So speaking options, I've got to have say everything and have it say whoever said it at the front. So it will say like Eka96 says whatever, right? But you can have, you know, assign you a voice and it will keep that voice for you forevermore. You can have it say only the username if it's not changed. Sorry, only if it's changed. You can have it do all sorts of things. Yeah, you can manage to get it end up speaking twice, which is a bit weird. I originally used to send it through to StreamBot to say things, so which, you know, and which worked for me, and then suddenly stopped working one day, which was a bit weird. But you can also replace particular words with things. You can have it ignore emotes, because other no offense, Netkisser, if you're out there, you know, Netkisser arrives with like 20 emotes, so it'll have it say the first one, so that at least that way it doesn't say nothing, but at the same time you don't get like, you know, Netkisser K1Z, 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 you know, you get the drift, right? You can, you know, you've got your own things you can set on it. You can ignore certain words, so, you know, if you've got problem people who say things that will either make you laugh or whatever, you can have it blank them out. You can replace certain words with other things so that it doesn't come over your speaker or whatever. But I use earphones, so for example, if I go back to my pillow, hang on. I use an earphone. And that allows me to hear it and you not. Normally anyway, except for when it doesn't come out my earphone for some reason. Yeah, I think most people do. But I have that so that I can be engrossed and, staring and picking away or whatever I'm doing and still hear that people are talking. Because obviously, because I'm looking here, not over there, it is very easy to miss that someone would have said something, right? Whereas if you're a gamer and you've probably got headphones on anyway, listening to the game, if you have it flash up in the corner of your screen or whatever, you can see it because you're looking at your screen anyway. But when you're off, my screen could be off as far as I'm concerned a lot of the time. So as a result, I forget what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at. I'm not checking what you're looking at because, well, I'm doing my shit, doing my stuff. So, it's quite nice. I helped Ox set it up because when he was working on his excuse me, I've got hiccups now. He would have his head halfway up a chassis somewhere. No, but you can send it to a particular sound device. So you can still have your desktop audio doing its thing. So it can go bing, bong, fart, whatever. But you can still send the text to speak to a specific device so that it goes to your ear. So that, like you say, working on something, head up a car park, you can still hear people. And then you can respond to them to the microphone, wherever the hell that is, either on you, above you, near you, the other side of the room. You can still respond to them rather than 20 minutes later look up and see you missed 3 pages of conversation. And that maybe someone stormed off in a huff. Okay, you probably won't really know, but, effectively, someone who was really interested in what you were doing asked you a bunch of questions. You ghosted them, because obviously you didn't hear them, and then they've gone off in a huff because you ignored them, and because you had your head up the car or whatever, and well, it's just, it was something I knew that was going to be essential for what I was doing, was that I had to have it reading me out loud what was going on. Because, whether I'm cross-stitching, knitting, and to be honest, I'd still find it really useful if I was coding. If I was coding or working in things. Yeah. No, but, sometimes that's not how it goes. Amy, I am sick of your fucking noise, woman. You have been a whiny little bitch all week. I know your nickname's Amy Winehouse, but I don't care if next door have got a delivery. I don't care if people are in the road. Nobody cares. I know it's the worst thing to you. I know it is. Do you mind not standing on my boob? Thank you. Darling, I love you with all my heart, but I would love you even more if you went away and went to sleep. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I mean, yeah. No, and that's the thing. I mean, there will be things like if someone posts a URL or someone says, go see this picture. Clearly, if you're, elbow deep in axle grease, that's really not a practical thing to do. But at the same time, you can have a conversation. You can talk about fucking lace making, whatever it is. You can have that conversation. And to be honest, if I was programming, I'd probably still do it, because then I can have my screen open full screen on what I want to do. I can give that my full concentration, but also know if someone has something to say, I'll know, and I'll know pretty damn quickly. There isn't that much of a delay in StreamerBot, so although obviously, in essence, it sends it off, gets the thing back, There have been a couple of times when it dies because Google's busy. I'm not going to pretend that that's not a thing. But it is really, really easy to set up. I don't remember how I did it now. It's been a good while because it was like 15 months ago. But it wasn't hard to set up. You have to go to Google. You make an account. You make it for free because as long as you use less than something like 50,000 words or something. And I've never breached it, so it's never cost me anything. I mean, if you were Asmongold or something, yeah, you'd probably breach it, but then you'd have millions to pay for it, so you wouldn't really give a shit. So, you know, fair's fair. I just like the fact that it will talk to you in your ear. I do find it slightly difficult sometimes because obviously I've got to sit and wait for it to say it out loud before I can really talk. Because I've never been very good. So, for example, as I was saying, when I had my migraine yesterday, I was not at my most tolerable. And part of my problem that I get with that is that if there are... So the dogs were sounding like, 50-year-old asthmatics who've just tried to run a marathon. The bird was beeping. My stomach was rumbling. My own breathing was pissing me off. I got to the point that I'd have literally chopped my own head off just for the silence. Not literally, but if it was humanly possible, it would have been a thing. Because every noise was getting on my tits. And I do have times where I would be so frustrated if I'm trying to do something. Let's say I've got a really bad bug and I'm really into it. And, there you are, staring at it. There's deathly silence. And then suddenly it goes, yeah. Well, yeah. So, hence, occasionally I do stop and have to listen to what it's saying to me in my ear. Because my brain is not going to handle too well the whole... I can talk and listen, but I've got to be kind of in the mood. And occasionally I do look up to see how long is it going to talk for, because if it's going to be a really long thing that I've got to pay attention to, can't really talk over that because then I won't really remember it. There are times, so for example, things that I can assure you now are really, really difficult. Listening to a song that you know and love and would normally insist on singing along with and trying not to. No, it's not that. I do it to a lot. I do it to everybody. It is impossible to explain the lyrics of one thing while hearing the song of another in your head that you would normally sing to. That just doesn't work. If someone's asking relevant questions, you can talk over that because you can still look back and see the screen and come to it later and then go through the questions. But if it was important, of course, you could stop and answer it. So you can. I can normally do that quite well. Rory, there really isn't room. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's got to come up through the 2-inch gap. Seriously. Yes, there really isn't room at the moment because I'm sitting at this end of the couch. Did you not twig that by the fact that my normal seat is not occupied? And I'm in the one that you were in this morning. Both my dogs have now thrown up, so I'm not convinced that there isn't some germ being wafted about somewhere. You feeling better now? Oh, you're lying down. That's always a good sign. So yeah. But I do like the text-to-speech thing just because it means you can be... I mean, when I go to the... I mean, the range on my ear thing isn't as great as it should be. But then this house is a bit weird. But it means I can go to the kitchen for a drink. And if you guys say something, I can still hear you 99% of the time. Occasionally, if I go for a wee... the headphone will cut out, but then I don't have the mic turned on it because it has got a mic on it. But I don't have the mic turned on, and so occasionally it cuts out. But Not very often, but it will rejoin immediately. But yeah. But it also means, for example, I can listen to me. The other thing I do with the headphones on, of course, is I can listen to music that you don't have to, or we can both listen to the same shit. There's always choices, right? But I can't wear proper earphones. Can't wear a proper set of both ears covered, because you guys would hate me. You guys would leave in droves. Not that you come in droves, but you would leave in droves. You'd never come back if I did. It's really hard to explain without doing it, but I can't hear myself talk. So if I cover both ears, I shout, and I have no idea I'm shouting. And I mean, I'm quite loud at the best of the times. Well, that's fair enough. We enjoy your company. And, well, if you want some help setting up your text-to-speech shit, give us a shout and I'll try and help. As you say, you can always hit me up on Discord. So, but yeah, always ask. Never feel afraid to ask such a simple question. Because it's a good thing. Whoops. Well, at least it was your beard and not something else further down. Because that hurts, apparently. I haven't tried it myself, but I can sure picture it. Yeah, there's a hole about here somewhere. Let's see, well, about there. While I'm female and cannot utterly appreciate that level of pain, that's gotta smart something good. The kicking the balls thing I can semi-relate to, only on a tertiary kind of manner, but I did pelvic bone to, you know, the metal cable knobbles you get across the cross frame of a boy's bike that hold the cable down. Pelvic bone to knobble. And I can assure you that brought many tears to my eyes too. So it's probably not the same pain, but it sure hurt like ass. And because I'm 5'7" and he was 6'2", and it was a frame designed for him. So when I landed flat-footed on the floor, yeah, that brought tears to my eyes. So yeah, oh, skin, oh no, oh no. I mean, I can imagine the men amongst the world wincing at that one. Christ, even I wince at that, and I can only imagine on that one. Dear Lord, yeah. I imagine it's not something you did again in a hurry, that's for sure. No, that's not right. This is. Just didn't look right for a minute. There we go. Having had a boil on a flap, shall we call it? Yeah. Having had a boil on a flap, shall we call it? That meant obviously extreme tenderness of. I'm going to assume similar level of pain because, frankly, yeah. Yeah. Mind you, I have never forgotten. I went with a boyfriend once. It was one of my, I think it was my second ever boyfriend. And he wanted to buy some swimming shorts. And me and a friend of his was sitting outside waiting for him to come out. And we heard this little voice from the changing cubicles. Ha! There's something in here with me! Obviously as a child, they didn't have the webbing in the shorts. And, well, now as a man, he'd gone to buy some swim shorts and it had webbing in. Oh, it was me. That was me on the novel. But this guy basically had discovered the webbing in his swim shorts and was taken by surprise. That was quite funny. I've never forgotten that. That was quite amusing. There's something in here with me. So, as I say, I can't possibly imagine how that a specific area of skin would feel, but I do feel that potentially the boil on a flap is going to be close. Yeah, no. Because, of course, you only discover you have a boil when you've moved and hurt it. Yeah. It's like it's like having a sore toe. Maybe you've got a sore toe, you stub that thing on everything. Everywhere you go, you kick things, everywhere you go, you seem to kick everything. The floor, the counter, a pole, the door frame. Literally, it feels like you would spend your entire life kicking things because you stub that sore toe on everything. Or at least I do. I don't know how I do it, but I do. Because I'm not naturally that clumsy. But the moment I've got a sore toe, I'm kicking everything. Fortunately, I seem to have cured. Oh, I have slightly ingrowing toenails, and I seem to have grown up because I've let them grow out a little bit. They no longer hurt because they've kind of come out the other side. So that's a good thing. But I have to keep them fairly short, but not too short. Otherwise, they go in my toe, and then my toe hurts. So, yeah. That's distinctly, I think. I mean, well, you possibly haven't seen, but picture this, if you will. For those who are squeamish, do not picture it too hard. There was a kind of a meme thing going around where a man sat on the plastic chair in the garden and one of his testes went through a small hole in the chair and, well, went through, didn't want to come back, and basically, well, well, he was now kind of surgically attached to the chair. I imagine it was very similar to that with the webbing to a large extent, in that you kind of choices were rough whichever way it was going. Being cut out was probably the better option. It may not have seemed it at the time, but... Better than calling the fire brigade. After all, there are quite a few stories, and they're not untrue. They may not necessarily be of anyone you know. I still find it funny that rings for your thing, let's call it that. The number of people who've put one on and then can't get it off again. While it sounds legendary, yeah, but this is why you don't. This is why you wear grunts, everybody. So that you don't singe them when you sit on things, because you know we've all. I mean, let's face it. If you're old enough, most of us have sat on vinyl car chairs. Seats that have been cooking in the sun and kind of burnt your arm on them. Let's just leave it as arm for the moment. There is a good reason to make sure you're wearing grunts, because no one needs, especially girls in short skirts, to sit down on that car seat and, well, roast your bacon. That's not a thing. We don't need to be doing that. Do we? No. Or the doggies. Don't need to be roasting doggies either. But that's you. I can't tell how much cooked you feels like. No. Although I do threaten to kebab you. Yes. Oh, by the way, dog, we're having wacky burgers for tea. Or I'm having wacky burgers. You can have the extra nice nuggets that come from wacky burgers. I'm going to sound really sad. When I have takeout, I order nuggets for the dogs. So I get chicken nuggets for the dogs. Not a great waft of them, but a handful of chicken nuggets for the dogs. So that at most they generally end up with is 3 each, right? We're not exactly talking, you know, living it up here. But the wacky burgers ones are exceedingly nice. I know this because they sent an extra one once, and rather than try and divide it between the dogs, I ate it. Fuck it. Because obviously, I'm having a burger. I'm going to have a Naga burger. It's going to have Naga chilies on it. And it's going to be a beef burger. And I'm going to love the fuck out of it because it's great. But the chicken nuggets, normal chicken nuggets, come in a kind of batter and are, shall we call them, medically recovered head meat, or whatever they call it. Mechanically recovered head meat. That's the words I'm after. Where basically they boil the heads and feet and arseholes and whatever else, extract, you know, kind of like fragments of questionable meat, and then smush them all together to become a nugget. I am under no illusion this is prime shit. Wacky burger ones are. It's a bit like having a fish cake and a fish finger. Now, some fish fingers are kind of like mashed potato, and frankly could be anything. Some are clearly flakes of fish, right? This is distinctly actual original chunk of chicken in a breadcrumb thing. So these are the posh ones. They're really nice. I might, to the point I could even consider buying quite a big box and having half myself, you know. But you're going to get posh nuggets for tea. Yes. Because I distinctly and utterly want a Naga burger. I want a Naga burger. I've been talking about Naga burgers for 2 days. I'm having a Naga burger. I was talking to a guy at work yesterday and I was like, you know, do you live near site? And he was like, no, I live, you know, funny enough, near my co-worker who usually texts me. Who hasn't texted me during this stream, which is highly unusual of him. Because he usually does. And I said, well, if you're ever working up here, on site, you know, in the evening, and you're hungry, order yourself from Wacky Burgers and get yourself a Naga burger because he's into curries. Oh, no. It's horrible when all you can kind of think of, isn't it? It's, you know, you kind of wake up in the morning and going, can I have a... Now, I have to say, I have never had Taco Bell. Because we Brits don't have Taco Bells all over the place, I have never had actual Taco Bell. There's a Taco Bell who'll deliver here. And I keep meaning to... But I want a wacky burger. I want me Naga chilies. I want with all... Ow, bugger ass. Look. I'm not flipping you off. Look. Punched a hole in my finger. Because I'm stupid, aren't I? So I'm having a bit of a dog problem. There is a dog. Yes, there is. There is a dog. Little brown dog. Well, you can. I bet you could. Do you have any flour? If you have flour, you can make tacos. One thing, but I've always wanted a Taco Bell, mainly because I really love Demolition Man, right? I've always wanted tacos. I've always wanted a Taco Bell. Okay. I've always got some flour to thicken sauces, so you could kind of cheat. I know it's going to sound really, really weird, but you could use grated potato and cheese in like little pancake, or even actually you can make them out of cheese. You know, you can make them out of cheese, right? You get grate cheese, grill it so that they go brown, kind of flop them over something. So, you know, flop them over something. Yeah, I know it's hot curry sauce, bite me. Flop them over something. They then get the kind of round taco shape, and then you can fill them up with stuff. So you can fill them up with your dinner. So if you've got cheese, you can make cheese ones. But I've never actually had actual Taco Bell, and I kind of always wanted to. You see, the no tortilla, the no ground beef, I can kind of work with that. That's fine. No cheese. Damn, boy, what's wrong with you? How do you have a house with no cheese in it? If you opened my fridge right now, there is cheese, some cheese, some different cheese. I've got about 5 different cheese things in there. So I've got a big block of cheese. I've got a spready cheese. I've got some plastic slabs of cheese, you know, the American square cheese things. I've got another big block of cheese because, God forbid, I haven't got enough blocks of cheese. And I think I've got another spready cheese. And then I've got a bag of grated cheese, which is mozzarella cheese. And how can you have a house with no cheese in it? What is wrong with you people? How do you live? I mean, no potatoes. That's a bit weird too. No onion. No salsa. I kind of get that. I mean, that's a bit of a bugger. Yeah. That's that. Damn, that wouldn't buy you a Big Mac. Well, actually probably would buy a Big Mac, but I think they're about, mind you, wouldn't buy one of their speciality burgers. Those are $5.99. make cheese out of milk when you buy a big ton of cheese, and then once the milk starts turning off, make actual cheese out of it. Because buying the milk is cheaper than buying the cheese. There was a guy I watched a video on because, well, like many of the world, I done half love me a bit of a binge on shorts and videos. And he basically turned around and said, why the hell do people buy Philadelphia? It tastes like arse and it costs a lot. And he said, here's how to make it in 15 minutes and it will taste better. And I was kind of like, fair point. Put cheese in. Briefly bring it kind of to the boil with, it wasn't lime juice, but it wasn't vinegar either. Something in it that you probably likely have kicking about the place and you only need 3 drops of. Really? Can't remember how much Big Macs are here. Hang on. It's been a while since I've hit McDonald's, it has to be said, actually. Hang on, let me look on Just Eat how much Big Mac is. Hang on. Mac. The Big Mac is... Let's see. What's the usual one? Let's go say burgers. Holy motherfucking god. Hang on. Let me search for this Big Mac. Just want the fucking Big Mac. It's not a chicken Big Mac. It's not. No, it's a Big Arch. What do you mean you don't have Big Macs? The Big Macs are not made from chicken. A Big Mac here is £6.49. Fuck, I'm out of date. Holy shit. I remember when they were $2.99. And I thought they were expensive then. Holy mother of God. How in the name of Moses is a Big Mac, which we all know isn't actually that big. Or at least, Big Macs here, if you don't need at least, you always need at least 2 of the buggers. Because I saw that the chicken one was $6.99 and assumed that it was, you know, a bit different. No, the actual Big Mac itself is... Rory, stop kicking me in the arse. £6.49. Their Big Arch, which is basically... It's got a couple of bits of squares of cheese in it. Well, the Big Arch, which is basically the same shit with slightly different cheese, is £9.99. The Big Mac meal here, now admittedly this is a large Big Mac meal, mind. Well, actually let me move this window because I can't see what you're seeing if I don't do that. Right, let me get this, look. Bit of a boomer job. Large Big Mac meal, £9.99. Oh, 9.09, sorry. £9, 9 pence. And there on the side, you can see the Big Mac meal is £6.40. The Big Mac on its own is £6.49. Holy fuck balls. Jesus Christ. That's so expensive. That's I mean, right. I mean, to give you an idea, I've never had a Five Guys. We've got a Five Guys as well. But my wacky burgers. God, I love wacky burgers. Naga Smash Burger. So this is basically mashed up Naga chili sauce on a red onion salad naked in a thing, and then well, you can read it for yourself. And it is sent from the gods. It is the now I must admit that an awful lot of the American stuff I've not had. Mainly because I didn't know where they were. I knew there was a Five Guys around here, but I'd heard it was fucking expensive. And the one time that I had an opportunity to have a Five Guys, I was literally standing outside it and hungry. In the end, I didn't because, well, I didn't, but in the end, I didn't because it was, I was supposed to be claiming it back on expenses, and, well, yeah, so that didn't happen. Oh, fuck off, Trev. But yeah, definitely. The other thing I also quite like about the Wacky Burger nuggets is normally nuggets for the dogs are. Hang on, let's go to this lot. I normally buy them nuggets and they're £5, and they get 8 nuggets for that. The Wacky Burger nuggets are £2.50. And they're really nice nuggets. So, it is really, 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 really tempting to get more nuggets. And you get 8 as well, by the way. It's, you know, it's tempting to buy some extra nuggets because I really like the nuggets. In fact, I will do that. I'll get me some nuggets. Because I might be generous and give more to the dogs, but gives me a chance to have some nuggets as well. But yeah, that'll be my order. He's left me a voicemail. Bear with me 1 second. It might be important if he's actually left me a voicemail, because he never leaves voicemails. Let me go on mute a minute. am back. Right. To sum up the rant, people were asked their availability, and, you know, for example, ex-hubby does earlies, and that's his usual kind of thing. And so everyone was asked, you know, what days can you do, and what can you do earlies, late, the rest of it. Yep. And so the bloke doing the organisers put him on lates, as swapped someone who couldn't do laters to do earlies, and couldn't do earlies to do lates, and basically he's cocked it all up. And it starts in a couple of days, so that's going to go well. So, you know, it was an understandable rant, and it kind of makes me laugh because his place does agile. That's right. I was going to, and it makes me laugh because my former employer tried to do agile, realised how fucking shit it was, and abandoned it 6 months later. But we all had an internal lady come and give us a talk on it. And we never actually did any agile. Never. Our team never actually did a single agile thing. But I remember all the words, and he who does it every day doesn't remember any of them, because you have scrum leaders and sprints and shit. He doesn't remember any of the words. And he goes, so we do the thing every 2 weeks. You mean sprints? Yeah, that's the stuff. And so it's kind of amusing because it sounds like I know more about his place than he does, which I do not. I definitely do not. There would be a serious problem if I did. But it is kind of amusing. The biggest problem is, and he feels bad for it, is that the guy who runs their agile, their scrum master, apparently looks like my dad. And he goes, you would say if you mind, and I went, you've got to remember, my dad looked like Harold Shipman. Nothing can be worse than that. For those who do not know, Harold Shipman is quite famous here in the UK. He was a doctor, he was a GP, and basically he killed fuck tons of people. There is no better way of putting that. Google Harold Shipman. And of course all of this was kicking off while I was in hospital with leukemia, and all the nurses would go, your dad looks like Harold Shipman. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Because it kind of looks like he's on the news every night. Yeah, it's kind of... So, my dad looking remarkably like a mass murderer, and they were definitely not related. Hearing that he looks like someone at someone's work, yeah, that. Having been told that he looks like Harold Shipman, no, not a patch. Sorry, doesn't worry me in the slightest. And by the sounds of it, actually does shit like my dad would have done too. So. It sounds like a brother from another mother kind of deal. It really does. So yes, listening to the rantathon. To be fair, I do it to him as well. We all do it. You know, you had a shit time. You phone up, and I tried to ring him yesterday. He didn't fucking answer the phone, little bastard. So, you know, fair's fair. He tried to ring me back. But yeah, I do apologise for the extended mutedness, because of course it is semi-confidential, so I would have, at the moment he started off in one, I was going to say, can you ring back later, but I could tell he was a little bit too het up and needed to go for it, so I did let him go as much as I can, and then kind of go, so can I go back to streaming now? Oh yeah, thanks for the rant, and he's wandered off, so... but yeah, it just took a little bit longer than I would have ideally preferred. But, you know, never mind. I did do some lace while we were doing it, though. Which, let's face it, is pretty much more than we've done for the rest of the stream, so... Because, we've been having our own rants, really. Because, yeah. So yes, it's nice to see you back, Mickey Cats, mate. It really is. And don't worry about the sleeping thing. I mean, you know, I've been sleeping really badly recently. And I'm talking like some nights I'm lucky if I get an hour. And one of my co-workers of dweebiness, he's struggling. And partly because his kid's getting up stupid early, but he's not getting any sleep, and then pretty much just as he nods off, the kid comes round and he's caught something at the moment. So for the quote help that he gave me yesterday, which was a bit like dog help, enthusiastic but actually a bit more of a hindrance than a help, all I had in my fucking ear was sniff, sniff, cough, sniff. And bear in mind, my own breathing had fucked me off. Dear God, man, blow your nose. Which he did at least do. I mean, I'm fair dues to him, he did go and do it. It's definitely the time of year for bad sleep. Most people I know are sleeping bad at the moment. So, worry not. I mean, to be honest, if I get out of bed before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll be pretty pissed. But I also know I probably won't sleep till 5:30. So I do at least hope I'll get 5 hours kip, because I don't have nothing specifically to do tomorrow. Actually, does that arrive tomorrow? Shit. That's right, I've just had a thought. No, wrong button, twat. Wrong button again. Oh dear God, woman! Where's it gone? There it is. It's moved. Why have you moved? You were there. But you were there, you were there, you were there. But you were also there. Something has moved. My icons have moved, and I don't entirely... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. You were there, you were there, you were there. You were probably there. You need to move back there. Right, now my buttons are where I expect them to be. Right, I was wondering why I was pressing the wrong one. It's because they weren't where I was expecting them to be. I ordered something earlier, and when's it coming? Sunday. Oh, that's all right then. Yeah, he's done ranting now. I mean, he had a fairly valid rant, do not get me wrong. I'd be pretty pissed too. I mean, to be fair, my co-worker, is doing patching on Sunday and has a small child, and his wife works long hours, and his wife does a really important job. So it's not like, you know, she's a cleaner and she does like, 16 hours cleaning toilets or something. Not that cleaners aren't important, but she is really quite senior and does really important shit. And he is almost the bringing up the rear in the family. And someone turned around to him, I think it was yesterday, and said, "Oh good, you can start at 6 o'clock on Sunday, right?" No. And I had the same conversation I've just had with Trev, was that when a company asks you to do overtime, you do not have to agree to do it. It is a gift that you may give them. Your extra hours are not theirs by right. They can ask. When you say no, I don't know about other countries, we are not legally obliged to tell them why. So if you don't want to tell them, you don't have to. You can just go, no. Sweet. And as a result, if you don't want to, you say no. Now, most people, if you ask to work the weekend, "Oh, sorry, Matt, I can't. I'm going to my sister's wedding," whatever it is, right?
Most people will happily share, I'm sorry I can't, it's so-and-so's birthday, my parents coming down, whatever it is, because it is not movable. If it's movable, it will be, I don't know, I'll have to see if I can move what I had planned. But if you were asked Friday morning for Saturday, or Friday morning for Friday afternoon, and evening, and Saturday and Sunday, go fuck yourself. Perfectly reasonable answer, in my opinion. And this is something that I was talking with Trev, was that, while Trevor and I are not really management material, it is the one thing that we differ from far too many managers. Far too many managers get real offended if you say no. Well, your contract, whether you're paid for 35, 37 or 40 hours a week, can be a bit varied, right? Those are the hours the company is guaranteed. Now, I'm not saying that we all don't think that the job will always be and only ever be, let's say, 40 hours, right? However, just as if I want to take a week off, I have to give you a week's notice. Generally, if I want a day off, I have to give you a few days' notice, because I can't kind of rock up at 4 o'clock and go, boss, I want tomorrow off, because, well, that's a bit rude. You have to kind of give a couple of days' notice in case shit needs moving. Well, the same applies both ways, surely. Because, for example, I do this on a Friday afternoon. Now, my boss the other day went, well, you can do it on a Friday afternoon. No, I can't. I'm busy. Because I was asked if I could work one Friday afternoon, and I said no, because I was doing this. Now, I know that if I said to you guys, sorry, I'm going to have to work on a Friday afternoon, you'd probably, I won't say you're disappointed, but, it'd be a bit of a bit sad, but we'd all get over it. But if I don't want to get over it, I don't have to. I can say no. So I did. I said no. And he brought up something else, and he said, well, you can do it on a Friday afternoon. No, I can't. I'm busy. Oh, yeah. I don't have to explain why and what I do. None of their business. If he asked, I'd probably tell him. But he didn't, so I didn't. I didn't volunteer it. All I need to say is, no. Are you available to do this? No. Especially not at fucking near zero notice. If you ask in advance and I'm feeling sympathetic to the needs of the purpose at the time, yeah, I might. And it is honestly a 50-50. Yeah, I might. If it's someone I like and it's going to be a bit of a laugh along the way, even though I'll hate it, yeah, probably. If someone I don't like and it's going to be misery, because I really don't want to be doing it anyway, no. And I do mean that genuinely. It is my time. It is a gift I may choose to give. And I was reminding my co-worker this earlier because, he'd been asked to do Saturday when he was working all of Sunday afternoon and potentially the evening anyway. And his wife does really long hours, and see, over here, I will say my employer will pay, but it's like 150. You get 50% on top at most. And they'll try and screw you out of your hours, potentially, because, well, so with that in mind, plus, it is not always about the money. Now, they can't force us here. You cannot be forced. They can't really make your life difficult because you can report them to HR if they do. But they can, they will try and guilt you into doing it. But they can't push it. And because he's got a young kid and his wife works long hours, and the two of them, really would like to spend time with their child, which you can't blame them. I mean, they had one after all. If they didn't want one, they could have, well, not had one, if you know what I mean. So it's not unreasonable, because the kid isn't that old, he's only 3. It's not unreasonable to want to spend time. Japan is a very unique place. But I will say one thing about Japan. They have a shit ton of rules, and a lot of them are weird. But everybody does adhere to all the rules. And it is arguably quite a fair society. Yeah. But companies, I mean, I know that a lot of jobs do potentially involve additional hours. And we're not stupid. We know that they do. You work in IT and operations. If a server goes down, someone's got to fix it. And we have an on-call system to handle that. What we don't have, because we're operations, is stuff to do project work. We are not there because you think you might need an extra pair of hands with your project because you don't know what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, I work like that. I don't generally eat lunch. And again, this is something that I struggle with my new co-workers. All of my ex-employer people still do, because obviously they're still there. We were turn up to work, do your entire hours plus your lunch hour without any lunch. The only time you stop is when you have input. You need more input, or you need to output what you input earlier, right? Those are the only 2 times you generally walk away from your desk. The new lot, oh my goodness, they remind me of my dad. My dad used to whine that he had a busy week when he took the dog, 100 yards up the road to the vet. Which, of course, I have to drive 2 or 3 miles to get to the vet. And I'll do that before work and I'll not even notice. Not that I need to take my dogs to the vet because they're young, but you know what I mean. I've done it many a time. If one of them's having an operation, like when they got spayed, I did it before work. Christ, I wouldn't want to put them down in the middle of work, and I was only gone for a few hours. I was foul moody when I came back, but I came back and continued working because we were building service. It is one of those difficult things, is that like you, I go to work and I get on with it. This lot, well, we do community hours, they have training hours, they have, and they're constantly talking about their personal development hours, and I didn't even know we got those, because no one told us we got any of those. And then they have like a full hour lunch break. My old employer only gave us half an hour, and so, well, think about how this day goes. So bear in mind we got a couple of them, so doesn't start till nearly 9:30 because he was dropping kid off at school. Then he has an hour lunch break, then he's got to pick up the kid from school, and then he's got to fit it. But they're constantly, if the kid's around, I've got to go and do a kid thing, I've got to go and do a kid thing, they just don't ever seem to sit down and actually do hours of work. There's always the, oh, I've got to go and do this, I've got to go and do this, oh, I've got to stop and do this, or I've got to go and pick up the kid, or, oh, I've got to go, you know, the school's ringing, or, you know, they just constantly seem to be doing something about their kid. And I don't mind that they have kids per se, but what I do mind is the fact that I don't see them doing the work. Now, I'm not saying they don't do work. Maybe I am, but, you know, I'm not saying they don't do work. I'm really not. But it is kind of weird to me how, you know, this lot, you know, they have community hours. We have a wellness hour. I took my wellness hour today. But, you know, lots of people were doing community service stuff. The guy who normally sends me text messages was doing his community hour stuff. And by the time we worked it out when we got moved over. It works out that without training, so ignoring the training aspect, every month they lose 1.5 working days of your time, but that they're paying for. And then you've got to add the fact that we've all been there a long time and add 2 more days holiday. So for every month that we're in, for every working month, which is, let's say, 25 working days, they lose 3.5. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the problem with everything. You see, like all things in the world, excuse this, so this is going to sound a little bit political, because, well, it's hard not to with what I was going to compare it to, but it's like the ISIS lot. We all know that it was only the ISIS lot that were a problem, not all of the Muslims. Because being a Muslim person, generally, they're really nice people. However, for a good while, they were getting treated really badly and lots of people were really horrible to them because of a minority. And the same is true the world over. A small minority can poison so much for everybody else. And all it takes is one co-worker whose little Johnny is, you know, oh, Johnny's off sick, I can't come in today. Oh, I'm working from home, or the worst one, I'm working home from little Johnny is sick, but finally they're not at their desk all day because, well, they're watching Frozen because Johnny's actually a girl. But we had one of those. We had quite a few of those, in fact, actually, because I'm sorry, but if you're watching Frozen sitting on the couch with them, you're not working. Okay. We had a manager who got caught out because we do half-day Fridays, and otherwise we wouldn't be doing this, right? We do half-day Fridays, and Friday morning, some shit gone down that we needed his input on. One of the team tried to ring him. Eventually, his wife answered. Yeah, he's in the local city shopping. He's not got the day off. Then we had, a couple of bosses later, we had a boss who had a holiday home down in Cornwall. I booked next week off. Okay. So let's say it's bank holiday week. So he's booked off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. I'm driving down Thursday night, but there's no internet down there. But he'd have left Thursday lunchtime to go and pack to drive down Thursday night and not work. So he didn't work Thursday afternoon or Friday morning. They weren't booked off as holiday. This is the same guy who worked from home, because although we weren't allowed to work from home, our managers always seemed to work from home, especially the ones who were on the rob. So blah blah blah, and then he was telling one guy caught him out because he was talking to him, And it was, oh yeah, did you see this on Good Morning? No, boss, I was working in the office. Oh, well, you know, they said this and they did that and they did the other. And, boss, but you said your TV's in the kitchen. Yeah, it is. So he'd spent 2 hours watching Good Morning, sitting in the kitchen, not doing any work. I did actually do a Freudian slip. I meant to say in a HR meeting with the guy, I did actually mean to say he doesn't work in the office on Friday, but I only got as far as he doesn't work Fridays. Now, I wasn't entirely wrong because, well, he was at home and he wasn't working, but I actually said he doesn't work Fridays. Oops. See, over here you can't do that. Over here you have to have a good reason to be fired. Now, it's amazing how many people who you've seen plenty of good reasons to fire them have still got a job, but yeah. I've done it. I did it recently. Co-worker who texts me loads of messages. I was on holiday, can't remember. I think it was over Christmas. Shit had gone down. Yeah, I don't have to. But I was listening to my co-worker losing his shit because I'd say to him, well, you need to do this. We don't understand. Well, this is why we need more people with the skills that I've got. And in the end, I said, look, I'll fucking log in and deal with it. And because I can deal with it really quickly. And it took me about 10 minutes. And at the end of it, they said, well, what was the problem? I said, well, it's because the MAC address had changed and you need to change it or remove it. Oh, how do you do that? Oh, for fuck's sake, I've already shown you this. And then, funnily enough, it came up again the other day. And they were like, oh, we don't know how to do that. I said, well, you should do. I told you how to do that over Christmas when I came in off my holiday to do it. I didn't get paid for coming in off my holiday, but, you know. But, like everything, I chose to. And that was the difference. No one asked me to do it. But listening to the fact that production was down and basically everyone was sitting there scratching their heads. For 10 minutes of my life, when I was up, I'm sitting here 1 inch from my fucking... I mean, to give you an idea... Hang on. Where is it? If you heard that knocking, that's my work laptop. I am sitting here, but it's kind of down here. So it was not that much of a big skin off my nose to pick it up, fire it up, log in, and get on with it, right? I mean, was it ideal? No. But it was not that bad a deal to log in for a few minutes, change one thing, ask the app team, is it working? You know, can you see that? Yes, thanks. Good. And then fuck off again. Because, well, that's distinctly a thing. And... Wow. Yeah. See ya. Yeah, I mean, there's a good meme that goes around at the moment, and there's basically a man standing underneath a really big ship, right? And it says, you know, companies were in uproar when he charged 20 quid and all he did was hit it with a hammer. And when asked, why did it 20 grand? Well, the answer is, my love, is it's, you know, like 100 quid to call me out, but it's... You see, here we can't just quit. Well, we can quit any time, but we have to give a minimum notice. Now, I would currently be in dispute as to how long I have to give, because the only signed document that I ever agreed to said I have to give a month. But I also know that my previous employer thought it was 3 months, so my new one will think it's 3 months because they handed the information over. But I can prove the only document I ever signed said a month. So that could get interesting should the need arise. But it is one of those weird moments, right? And it is you see, over here in the UK and the EU in general, notice period is mandatory. They actually outlawed what was known as 0-hour contracts. Well, I do think there is a little bit of common decency to give them a bit of a chance to get someone in to start learning what you do so that the impact on the business is minimal. You see, I don't agree that a company should be allowed to refuse it. I definitely do not agree with that. Now, I know that they can technically do that here in the UK, but my answer would be as if exactly it should just. No, some don't. And I will say I worked at one company, and I was telling someone else this story the other day. I worked at a company who shafted me over, good and proper. And although I had a month's notice, I said to them, because obviously if I give them a month's notice, I technically have to work a month. But like a lot of companies in IT, if you've got too much knowledge and control, they don't want you effing it up before you go. So they put you on gardening leave. But they then have to pay you for the month. And they're not getting any work from you. And so I did a deal. I said, right, I want to leave on Friday, but then you don't have to pay me beyond Friday. You up for that? And they went, yeah. So I did. So I quit on the Monday and walked on the Friday. They do not have to agree to it, but then they would have to pay your full month. So, for example, if I am on 3 months' notice, chances are, depending on what was going on, if I was just going to retire, if I was just leaving to retire, they might do we need you to work 3 months to do as much handover as humanly possible. And I can't make them not do that. And the same's kind of true over here. They might say they don't accept it, but legally, as long as you gave it, let's say your notice period is a month, you can stop showing up in a month because you gave them due notice. Now, something happened recently that made me remind my co-worker, not the good one, one of the annoying ones, that they need to be careful. Because if it is in their contract that X is true, the fact that they're changing X to be different, they must give you full notice period before the change occurs. Because it is a change of contract, which requires full notice period. Whatever your notice period, whether it's 2 weeks or 6 months or whatever the fucking weird shit people dream up, whatever your notice period is, if your company wants, and similarly, if you want to change your contract. Now, both parties can agree to waive that right, but both parties have to agree. So if you resign, the company can make you work your notice period. They are under no obligation to let you go early. At the same time, if they wish you to leave for whatever reason, redundancy, they hate you, they can fire you for gross misconduct. That's different. But if they are just saying, we don't need you no more, they have to pay your notice period. Now, they can tell you to piss off on the day and pay you if it's 3 months salary. That's fine. They can do that. It's called gardening leave, and effectively you've left, but they are paying you for the next 3 months. And again, should you both agree, you could arguably waive that, but no idiot would, because you get 3 months pay for nothing. So you'd be a dick if you did. You see, but that's again part of the reason why. If they, buy you to leave and say, for sake of the argument, Liz, we want you to leave at the end of the week. We've no use for you, but we'll give you an extra month's salary. Yeah, okay. I'd agree to that. Well, actually, I'd kind of need the job, but you know what I mean? Is that if I'm, if it, potentially, it is a thing, all right? I'd rather not have to go job hunting. But it is that kind of thing, right? It is the UK and EU have quite a lot of employment laws about what they can and can't do. They can't fire you just because they want to fire you. They have to have due reason, and they have to go arguably through a due process to get rid of you. They can't just walk up to you one day and kind of give you a box and tell you to piss off, much like they do in America. On the flip side, it does work both ways. If I don't show tomorrow, I'm in breach of contract. Well, obviously not tomorrow, but if I don't show, say, Monday, I am arguably in breach of contract. I didn't book the day off. I am AWOL. I am missing. I am arguably, unless I phone up my boss in the early hours of the morning and go, boss, dying, not coming into work. Realistically, that's over here is called constructive dismissal. They can be sued for that. Simple as. It's called constructive dismissal. They make you try and leave because you're bored. So yeah, it is kind of one of those weird things. Don't get me wrong, like anything that has a lot of rules around it, it does make things worse. But for example, as you know, I got transferred from my old employer to my new employer. Under UK and EU law, there are a lot of rights with that, so that because... Oh, of course you would. No, but I know what you mean, right? I would be in exactly the same situation. In that I don't have a boss to call. But it is that kind of thing, right? Is we have all, losing your job, even if you hate it, because there are times, there's always times, right? So I fucked it up, and I've just noticed I fucked it up, so I'm just gonna undo this bit. Somehow I fucked this shit up somewhere. And I'm not. Well, I wasn't far off where I was at yesterday, so I definitely understand them. I mean, it depends on your situation. I mean, if you've got a bunch of savings and you've got, say, enough to cover you a couple of months, maybe 3 or 4 even, you're going to be a lot more chill about it than, like you say, you've just got your apartment, you've probably drained half your resources in that you've paid the deposit, you paid a couple of rent, you've had to buy shit for your new house. I recognise that statement of my own. I do that too. Because yesterday I was melting. I was having at one point I had a full autistic meltdown and no one was around to help. So I had to survive by myself. I mean, I was really struggling yesterday because, as I say, I couldn't see anything, and I was stressing, I was itching for some reason, and I know my ex-husband does the same, but when I get stressed, I itch. But as you say, when you've got, you've just spent all your money, I know it's the kind of thing. I mean, obviously, as American people have to pay for a lot for health stuff, and it's the equivalent of, husband's just gone in hospital with, broken leg or whatever. You've just run up Christ knows how many £1,000s of medical bills, and then your boss has decided that fuck you, bye, kind of thing, right? No, you don't. That's my point. Well, you do have healthcare. You've just got to pay through the frigging nose for it. And it is that kind of principle. It is the, your boiler blew, your car blew up, everything's blown up. You've got like zero, you've got your credit cards are all maxed out, and now your boss has said basically fuck off and die. And you're like, now's not the time. And obviously, frankly, swiping goods at Walmart's looking good, right? And we have the same here. There are times when if I have to go down to Tesco's and swipe shit at the till, that's what I'm going to have to do because I need the money. I need some money. I almost don't care what I need to do for it, Blimey. And over here, again, this is one of the things that over here, when you apply for rent, or they often ask you to prove you've got the funds to pay for it. But of course, like for example, if I bought this house, when I bought this house, admittedly I bought this house outright, but if you have a mortgage, they will ask you to prove, have you got the funds to pay for the mortgage? They will want like 5 years worth of bills to prove that you've got income, and that, and if you haven't been at your employer long, they will want a letter from your employer that this is not a, flash in the pan 2-week job, that it's a full-time, expected to go on job, and that, basically they're not putting their money at risk by betting on someone who's going to be out of a job within a week, right? But as you sadly have a tale to share, that, we can't always tell when that's going to happen. Now, I had something similar happen to me, which was I bought a house in London with boyfriend at the moment. Boyfriend at the moment got fucked off, decided that everything cost too much, even though he earned I still don't earn that kind of money. Bear in mind that was before 1999. Yeah. And seriously, it's 2026. We're talking 1995. He earned more in 1995 than I do today. Let's let that settle. And he couldn't afford the house. Bear in mind, we only had to pay half because I was paying the other half. And he decided it was too expensive, and then decided to rent a house in the middle of London. Well, I can tell you now, actual number are, my mortgage was £400 a month, and obviously food and shit on top of that. There's no way his fucking rent was £400 a month. Bear in mind the rest of it's going to be round about the same, but no way his rent's going to be £400 a month. It's more likely to be 15 to 200 to £2,000 even back then, because it was the middle of fucking London. He was literally in the middle of London, and so but yeah, whatever, love, you do you. But when I chucked him out, I took over the mortgage on my £11,000 a year salary, and which would only have got me half the mortgage generally, and I lost my job about 2 months later. It's the same here. In 2020, when great germs hit, right, I'd been going to Tesco's once every 2 weeks and I would put shit in a basket, and that basket would last me 2 weeks and cost me 40 quid. My 2 weekly shop now is 120 quid. And you look at what you've got and you look at it and go, it's barely like a week's worth of food. Not always, you know. Depends which food you buy, to be honest, but yeah. But at the same time, though, it's gone from 40 to 120. Now, you lot do some fucking weirdo shit to your food. You've got a real obsession with corn syrup, for starters. I'm surprised you don't put it in the water, you know? Well, actually, I think you do, but... Well, you certainly do with some things, but I'm surprised they don't just pump it in through your tap. But it is really weird. I mean, seriously, 40 quid 6 years ago, well, just under 6 years ago, to 120. True. But, so 40 quid, that's 300%, right? I wish my salary had gone up 300 fucking percent. Holy shit, do I? I mean, hands up who doesn't wish that their salary had gone up 300% in the last 6 years. And this is why people bitch about the salary. Because 6 years ago, 40 quid would buy me 2 weeks worth of food. That included bottles of Coke, pizza in, frozen pizzas, the whole shebang. We're not talking that I was living on extra low cost food. That was just average shit from the... Yeah, try a bit harder on that one. Going to take a little bit more effort. It's a bit like the flat earth kind of deal, you know. Wow. Sounds like you got some really good guys. And that's really nice. And I think part of the thing that most people aren't unreasonable, well, you'd like to think most people aren't unreasonable, by the fact that you've gone to them, as long as if you go to them in advance and go, I'm not going to have this month's, I'll give it, I can give you what I've got spare, which is like a £5, and then I'll pay you as soon as I get it. That's not unreasonable, and that's always good. Well, there's a lot of controversy over here about the stuff they put in our water, surprisingly. Because we have chlorine and shit and it's not formaldehyde, fluoride, that's the word I'm after. Not formaldehyde, that would be fucking hysterical. My job wouldn't put them past them either. So we have stuff put in our water. Is it good for us? Not always. And there's, a fair bit of controversy over as to how good or not good some of the stuff they put is in the water. There's a particular bloke who lives around here who used to do karate. And so obviously he knows me. And I was in Tesco's and I literally had a loaf of bread and was about to pick up some milk, right? I was just doing a I forgot run, right? I got a 30-minute lecture from this bastard on how the shit in basically the loaf of bread was going to kill me. And we don't put sugar in our bread. It's just fucking flour, yeast, water, and pretty much that's it. And yet this shit was going to kill me. And you see, that's... Sounds like my ex-husband. But it is nice when you can go about it amicably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, for example, I know I've told you all this before. Well, I know I've told you this before, but when I moved in here, or when I had bowel cancer, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 for you. And I got rushed into hospital with a perforated bowel because, well, numbnuts fucked up doing the sample. My neighbours kept an eye on the dogs. They came round every hour to play with them. They fed them, they played with them in the garden, they did everything they could. My friends didn't do that. My friends didn't go, shit, what's happening with the dogs? Do you need a hand? No. Now, they knew I was in hospital. Not one of them thought, well, what are you doing? What's happening with the dogs? Not one of them. And they're all dog people, by the way. Well, clearly. If you ain't pet related, you're probably not. If you're not pet or craft related, you probably don't know me. But, you know, all my friends have dogs. My neighbours came and got my keys because they didn't know where their keys were because they did have a spare key, but I couldn't remember where it was. Came and got my keys from me in the hospital. Checked, you know, said hello. Really nice about it. Even though she was working, they were both working because it was a work day. They dropped what they were doing, drove the 15 miles to the hospital, found me, collected my keys, drove back, so that's at least an hour out of their day, and then came and took turns. I'd get videos, pictures, how the dogs were doing. They were having a fucking whale of a time. And they came to see them, they fed them, they watered them, they didn't bat an eyelid. Would have been insulted if I said I'll get someone around to collect them. They'd have been, why? We're doing all right. We're loving it. I mean, the only sad part for them is that, you know, well, if it's any consolation, it's 5:06 and I'm getting hungry. So I am currently packing up, if that makes you feel better, because then I will stop the stream and then you can fuck off and do your own. But I do appreciate you being in mine. I really do. But I am packing up because I'm going to take a picture. Yeah. That's what happens. But let me take a picture of where we got to, because, well, need that for the thumbnail. No, I don't need a picture of me, you stupid phone. I need a picture of the where we got to. Here we go, a bit better than that. There we go. No, it's because when you're streaming, I'm always kind of not. I don't mean this to sound as bad as it is, but I haven't the words to be too fluffy this week. I've run out of go. The few times I've seen you stream, I've been in such a stinky ass fucking mood that you wouldn't want me there. And sometimes it's a little, you know, and sometimes it's a little bit because I'm still working, and so I have seen you stream, and I believe me, I do intend to come. But I get sidetracked and then I forget, and well, feel free to blame me and tell them all what a meanie cow I am, and I get you talking. But we are done for the day. So to force Eka to go and do some streaming of her own, to go and do your work. What are you going to do today then, Eka? It is. I know. It is. It is. So, what are you going to do on stream today then, Eka? Yeah, I know how that goes. But here you go. It is time to end stream. So, if you are bored and you're looking for somewhere to go, Eka will bugger off and go and start up their stream. So click on their name and wait for them to show up because they will be coming. Because it freaking was. Everything was better in the 70s and 80s because they made shit to last 25 plus years. Nowadays, pretty much if it makes the journey home, you're supposed to feel grateful. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Let's not start that rant now. But yeah, that was... You know, it's like cars. Cars were made of actual metal back then. Now they're made out of, like, slightly metallicized cling film. Saran wrap to those in America. You know, which basically it's one atom of nothing. Pretty much if you fart too near it, there's a hole in it. Which, of course, is why they write the car off now. If you so much as sneeze too hard, you've written your car off. Because it's made out of nothing. Yeah, we're all frigging on... Believe me, we are so on that subject. Anyway... If you wish to continue these discussions of random how life was better when things were actually made of actual stuff and food was made of food and objects were made of actual quality ingredients, not extra cheapo nut stuff, yet cost more, now they're made out of bullshit and toilet paper, head over to see Eka's stream. Indeed. So yeah, I need to order my wacky burger because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day, so this I could just put a bit of ketchup on this and pretend it's a burger. Because imagine if this was a big burger and a bun, and that'd be really great. I could probably eat it as well. Well, I'd certainly have a lot of fun trying. See, that's a very Tism thing. It's food, I'll eat it. That's a real Tism thing. I do a lot of that. The one thing I would say to you is what will the test actually bring you that you don't really already know? Just because you got people saying yes or no, does it really change anything? No. Nah. You could blend it and have it as blended clothes. I mean, really, it's not going to taste the same. Anyway, I shall see you next week. Like this week, I really intended to do it before, but then I got stuck doing this shit at work, and then I was in such a mood that was so not going to happen. However, I'm still hoping. I can understand that being officially told. Yeah, actually, yeah. They don't always give you spicy pills, you know that, right? But yeah. I shall see you all next Friday or before, should the work gods be willing, that I don't have a crappy week. Don't know who I think I'm kidding with that one, but go see Eka's stream. Everybody, bugger off to Eka's stream. And I shall see you as soon as I can. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.